our afternoon's deliberations. Due to technical difficulties, we had missed now the previous items, and we will start deliberating on item 9, Russia's invasion of Ukraine and its global impact. Dear colleagues, the conflict which began on 24th February and has since continued has sent shockwaves around the world. Indeed, many of our countries in the ACP and in Europe have known war and its destruction of everything that makes human life worthwhile and valued. And this is why we can and must show solidarity with victims of war. The security landscape of Europe is being redrawn even as we speak. Europe is confronted with a number of refugees not seen since World War II. The war impacts our efforts to tackle climate change and the energy transition. Financial resources of European nations are being reattributed and squeezed. Inflation is spiking, and food prices globally are rising, while supply is decreasing. Many countries in Africa have been importing important quantities of crops from Russia and Ukraine, and may even face dramatic food insecurity. The EU is trying to increase production, but this may not be sufficient. So therefore, colleagues, we should not have this GPA meeting without talking about this war. It is no secret that perceptions of this war and the narrative that has been developing in different parts of the world are not identical. So to put these perceptions and narratives about the wider implications and into the context through which our debates will be framed, we are happy to invite a presentation by Ms. Natalia Bugayova, who is a researcher at the Institute of the Study of War in Washington. She has published widely on Russian foreign policy, including towards Ukraine and Africa. She has previously worked for the Kiev post as CEO and as Chief of Staff for the Ukrainian Minister of Economy. Ms. Bugayova, I hope the connection is established. You are speaking to us from Washington, D.C., so thank you for making time for us on this Saturday afternoon. It is my pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Bugayova for approximately 8 minutes. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I speak to you today in several hats. As a national security analyst, as a Ukrainian, as an American, as a Russian speaker who grew up in Donbass and have studied Russia's military and information campaigns around the world from the Balkans to Africa. I will start by saying that Russia's war in Ukraine is a global level event. It has shifted us to a different historical trajectory. We cannot go back to the previous baseline, but we can certainly shape the outcome and the world that follows. What's at stake here is Ukraine's sovereignty, but also our civilizational values. The choice is simple. Either Ukraine emerges sovereign, or we emerge in a Hobbesian world. We have the privilege of choice, but we must act faster and at a greater scale. First, let's talk about how we got here. For the Kremlin, this has never been about territory only, or NATO, or Russia's sphere of influence. it has always been about Russia's control over Ukraine, which Putin does not recognize to be a nation state. For Ukraine, it has never been as simple as ethnic or West versus Russia issue, but rather a more profound choice of the way of life. And Ukraine has repeatedly chosen to fight for the right to live in a free society and not in a police state that is antithetical to any human dignity. Ukraine has resisted for years successfully Russia's efforts to control it, and Putin has resorted to a full-on military invasion. And that is how we got here. Russia is not just trying to control Ukraine. Many countries represented here in this room today suffered from colonialism and imperialism in the past. And when Russia is propagating narratives that it has never been a colonial power in Africa, just remember, Russia has been in the imperial business for half a millennium. And the brief period of Russian non-assertive foreign policy in the early 90s was not a new norm. It was an anomaly. In fact, Russia continues to act as an empire. As we speak, it's trying to force its neighbors, Belarus and Kazakhstan, to go fight and die for Russia in this war. Russia is also forcefully conscripting people in Donbass from the territories it illegally occupies. Let's talk about where we are in this war. Ukraine has defeated Russian objectives in the first phase of this war. Russian military is suffering damage that it will take years to repair, if repair is even at all possible. And Ukraine is launching successful counteroffensives. Ukraine still has many risks and dangers ahead of it, including Russia's gains in Ukraine's south, coupled with its terror campaign against Ukrainian people on the ground, and you're very well aware of the war crimes that are happening. There are no short-term off-ramps because the choice that Putin left Ukraine with is between existence and obliteration, and his intent is unlikely to change. However, one thing we can say for certain is Ukraine has a chance to win, and if properly resourced, Ukraine can prevent Russia from consolidating its gains on the ground and liberate its territories. The only question is, at what cost? And here, the rapid and increasing pace of Western assistance and global assistance, for that matter, is critical to ensuring that the number of lives that it takes to save Ukraine is reduced. So what options do we have? What choices do we have? History rarely gives us black and white choices, but this is certainly one of them, whether one is a pragmatist or an idealist. For pragmatists, the alternative to Ukraine's victory and sovereignty is a world in which there is a dragged-out war with many lives lost, with billions of dollars in cost, with millions of refugees to host and resettle. And make no mistake, Russia will dig in militarily and establish foothold in Ukraine directed at Europe and NATO. But it will not be limited, the consequences of this war will not be limited to Europe. We already see that Russia's war curbs the potential wheat export from both Ukraine and Russia that will affect the African continent. But what's truly at stake here are our civilizational values. And that's why people around the world have expressed overwhelming support for Ukraine, even when politicians lag. Because it's not about West versus East, Western versus Eastern values. It's about the soul of the humanity. And if Russia wins, we will emerge in the world where predator states will use force to redraw borders, and where countries will yet again will need to prove and justify their right to exist. So what can be done? The good news is that Ukraine is doing the hardest part. It is fighting, and it's not even asking for your soldiers. So the least the world can do is provide Ukraine all the military support it needs to win, including the advanced weapon systems that Ukraine is asking. We should also block Russia's trade and economy globally, because that's the only way to ensure it doesn't replenish its military capacity in the long term. Finally, we most certainly should not push Ukraine into the peace deal just for the sake of a short-term peace. We should not volunteer Ukraine's sovereignty on its behalf. But what's perhaps even more critical is a shift in thinking that should occur. We should reorient from trying to help Ukraine survive to empower Ukraine to win. And time is of the essence. The opportunity to act is now, when Ukraine has momentum, when Russian forces are losing and are not yet dug in, and before they inflict more terror and damage on civilians. We only win and gain by helping Ukraine. Many of you, I know, represent the countries that has long-standing relationship with Russia and are thinking about costs. So I will leave you with this thought. Russia's value proposition to the world has already been limited, and it will only decrease in value. Whether it's the arms that it sells, the security assistance it provides, the agriculture or technology it exports, Putin has thrown Russia back in time for decades. Russia will not have much to offer. Neither it will have much leverage. And no matter the amount of information and perceptual manipulation that the Kremlin will do can compensate for a simple fact that Russia is not a great power. To conclude, I would like to say that many of you represent the countries that endured and suffered from brutal conflicts and wars and continue to do so when the world stood by and watched. I think Ukraine, with its will to fight, gives all of us an opportunity to rediscover courage, will, and leadership, and ensure that the world that follows this war is a little bit more fair and just. So with that, I thank you for the opportunity to be here and address you today, and I'm very much looking forward to the discussion and the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bugayova, for those views and the presentation. Indeed, there will be time for you to react as well at the end of our debate, but we thank you for that presentation. At this time, I would have a speakers list here with me, and we will go through the speakers list. There are times allotted to the speakers that I will mention, and I will be strict on the timing as well. Our first speaker is Honorable Musa Hussein, Naib from Eritrea. You have 3.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-President, Mr. Co-Presidents, Secretary Generals, members of the Secretariat, Honorables. Eritrea firmly believes that respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence, as enshrined in the United Nations charters, are sacrosanct principles and should be respected by everyone at all times for the attainment of sustainable world peace. Mr. Co-President, Eritrea's position is against internationalizing incessant rhetoric and imposition of unilateral sanctions, which regrettably further polarize international relations and escalates the situation with enormous implication for civilians. It's of Eritrea's position and opinion that we opt for the world regions to be given the needed space and solidarity to address political problems. To conclude, Mr. Co-President, Eritrea would like to see that the windows for diplomacy remain open. We should be confident of the ability of the parties to resolve their differences and reach an outcome that meets the interests and concerns of all. We hope that the international community constructively supports the parties in their search for sustainable peace. I thank you, Mr. Co-President.
Thank you very much, Eritrea, for your intervention. The next speaker on my list is Mr. Michael Gala. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. The statement by our colleague from Eritrea does not 100% correspond to the voting of his country in the United Nations. It was the only ACP country that voted against the condemnation of Russia, of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. This photo here shows 9 members of the European Parliament on the 31st of January this year in the under the peace bell in Mariupol. Everybody knows this city now, which is bombed to ruins by the Russian Air Force and the Russian grenades. We hoped at the 31st of January that peace would prevail, and hoped and prayed below this peace bell in this city. We did not, our prayers were not heard, but the Russian aggression and the attitude of the Russian president that we have ever since seen, it requires strong response. And from the European side, we fully support and in unlimited solidarity with the Ukraine. Our president yesterday spoke in the plenary of the Verkhovna Rada, the parliament in Kiev. And the effects of this unjustified war goes to the ACP countries as much as to us when it comes to the food prices. Look who will pay for that. You should tell Mr. Putin that he should stop this war and withdraw his troops so that the Ukrainians can put out their seeds for the harvest in summer and in autumn, in order that the world can be fed and the people in ACP countries and elsewhere need not suffer and starve because of this Russian aggression. That alone should be an argument to condemn what Russia has done. And of course, the human suffering with the 4 million refugees that have come within a month to the European Union and whom we will host, that is another argument. And I appeal to you to be strong in the words, and I give it to the co-presidents to find a good wording in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks, Mr. Gala. The next speaker is Honorable Al-Haji Halifa Salah, the Gambia. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. There was a mistake. There was somebody called Alhaji in the parliament before, and my name is Halifa, and it seems that the parliament confused the two names. My name is Halifa Babukar Salah. The issue, as I have said, how many minutes do I have?
3:30.
Thank you very much. We have seen that the cornerstone of the peace of the world is respect for sovereignty of nations, regardless of size, and the sovereignty of people, regardless of numbers. And that is what must be defended globally. Ukraine, Russia, we must contextualize a Soviet Union with all those states collapsing. And we have seen Germany unite. We've seen a changed world. We've seen a Russia emerge. I am convinced that there is no superpower in the world. Here is Afghanistan. America has left it to who? We all know. Is it democracy? There is Syria. Russia has left it. It's now a human shield covering the head of state for his survival. But where is his nation? So we must really assess the world in a proper context. It's a world that will never have superpowers again, because the colonial world where you go and fight and ask for reparation does not exist anymore. If you destroy, and you continue to collapse. So neither Russia nor Europe has interest in the continuation of this war. It should be stopped immediately. But we all know that war is stopped through diplomacy, through politics, and through military imposition. If you can militarily impose your will on the other, then you stop the war. But if you cannot impose your will on the other, then you must seek diplomacy and political settlement. I don't think Ukraine can impose its will, or NATO can impose its will on Russia, and Russia can impose its will on the other. So really the road to solution is diplomacy and political settlement. What is Ukraine demanding? It's sovereignty. What we all know is a country which is divided into different ethno-linguistic groups or nationalistic groups. What can you do to create a federation where the right to self-determination is ensured? Federations have been established with a provision of a right to secede if you want to secede, if there are such groups that exist in Ukraine. But what is important is for Ukrainians to be very realistic, to understand the architecture of their state, to understand what elements exist there, and how can they negotiate to ensure that their people prevail, their people are in control, and the world supports them, and the world ensures that Russia ends what happens in Ukraine and see that its own survival, the survival of Ukraine, the survival of the world, cannot be militaristic. Militaristic can only destroy all of us. The solution is to find a political settlement acceptable to all, and it must be found now. That is a knowledge-based issue, not a militarist issue, not an issue of dividing the world into who support and who oppose and condemnation. There is need for a solution to stop the lives that are being lost at this very moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Alifa Salah, and apologies for the name mismatch. Thank you. The next speaker on our list is Mr. Hans Hyde. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Co-President, and thank you very much, Ms. Bugayova. Yes, it's true. The European Union, our national governments misjudged Putin. But Putin also misjudged the European Union, because the European Union stands united and stands firm against this aggression. Whoever would have believed that the European Union is that unified after the discussions we had the last couple of months? So this is not a global conflict, a local conflict. This is a global conflict. And this war is against international law. It's against democracy, the right of self-determination, against European values, and it is against the founding ideas of the European Union. Their target was to bring peace, wealth and stability into Europe. And it shows clearly the consequences of a war like this, of a military conflict, are further than on the battlefield. The outlook for the world economy is not good at all. The key area of concern is food and fuels. We have an energy crisis. We will have a food crisis. And the situation is alarming for developing countries, especially for ACP states, where we are facing a food crisis. That also means a risk of civil unrest, and particularly given in fragile states, and also as a result of the COVID-19 pandemics. So the reaction of the General Assembly on Russia's aggression shows that the European Union must do more than support its partners. Democracy and the rule of law are the only way towards a successful, sustainable future. There is an urgent need on all sides for less dependence on energy and food imports, and we must manage the cost rise and speed up the energy transition. A partnership on equal footing between the European Union and the ACP states can mitigate the challenge we face. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hans Hyde, for that intervention. I now give the floor to Honourable Moses Gray, Liberia. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chairman. Thank you to our colleagues. Liberia is very clear as a nation state on the condemnation of the invasion of Ukraine. Today, we want to pay homage to the courage and bravery of Ukrainians who have withstood and continuously withstanding the test of time. We want to pay that homage to them. We want to salute the courage of the leadership of Ukraine and Ukrainians across Europe. We also want to appreciate the European Union our partners in the United States of America for their consistent support to Ukraine and for acceptance of Ukrainian civilians, especially refugees, into Europe. There must be a settlement, but that settlement must be on the table of equal importance, recognizing the sovereignty of Ukraine, which is uncompromising. The United Nations, not just the ACP-EU, but the United Nations has been challenged. It's a defiance to international protocols and duties in recognition of the sovereignty of the nation state, Ukraine. The situation of the crisis could cause some disturbances or civil unrest in other countries across the world, especially where there is shortage of energy and food, and people are standing on lines in different countries across the world. Let me also state emphatically in my closing statement that we condemn in the strongest terms the illegal invasion of Ukraine, and we believe that Putin must withdraw his troops, because we come from the backdrop of 13 years of civil crisis in the Republic of Liberia. We've seen war, we've seen bullets that fly over people. We see how refugees left our countries, how they've been treated. We saw bodies where over 250,000 Liberians were killed. We say no to war, we say peace first and peace last. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liberia, for that intervention. I now give the floor to Mr. Jan Christophe Ochen.
Thanks, co-chairs, dear colleagues. I'm a German, and there was a time in history when people thought that the German dictator could be appeased by diplomacy and by talking. This was Hitler. But the hunger of Hitler was greater than the diplomacy. So he continued. And dear colleagues, Putin will continue. And all those who say there must be a way of diplomacy in order to end this war, I want to say yes, and I hope this as well. But this diplomacy cannot bring us to a point where we accept that the integrity of a state is not longer guaranteed. And I hear from you, and we discussed this in the Bureau as well, that the Declaration of the United Nations of the territorial integrity is something that we all cherish. And we shall cherish this. And so, for me, it's totally unacceptable that there are people that say, yes, but there are different ethnics, and there are different religions in this country, perhaps. Look at your countries. Don't you have different ethnics in your countries, different religions sometimes? Don't you have the right to have a territorial integrity even if you have different ethnics in your country? I say yes. And because I say yes, I support Ukraine. Because we have no choice other than doing this. Because it's Ukraine that's defending democracy. It's Ukraine that's defending our values. It's Ukraine that's defending the principles of the United Nations. And so I ask you to join the support of Ukraine, and yes, to fight for diplomacy as well, but not diplomacy at the cost of giving up the fundamentals of the United Nations, which is territorial integrity, despite any religion and ethnic in whatever country. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intervention, Mr. Ochen. Very welcomed. And I now give the floor to Honourable Clifford Andre of Seychelles. You have the floor, 3.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-President. Seychelles being a small island state is one that suffers at everything that happens in the world. Economic situation in one part of the world affects the Seychelles, being that nice, beautiful paradise where everyone wishes or hopes to be one day. Seychelles, as it is actually suffering. Production is barely a thing that we do in our country, so we have to import. Problem with transportation, the cost of transportation has gone up. The route that are being used by transporting companies, Seychelles importing very little, our containers are being left at different ports because it's not financially viable for them to transport those goods or those very little goods to that little island. So we find ourselves in difficulties because our country, the price of commodity keeps rising. Our aim, we've just had a new government that is less than 2 years. The aim was to try and bring down the cost of living so that people would see the change. It is not happening, not because we don't want to, it is because the world is imposing on us. And now it is the war that is imposing such on us. So what I am saying is that no matter what happens in the world, that very small island should take every opportunity that arises. Fuel is something that is killing us. We have the sun, but we need financing to develop the solar capacity that our country can produce. You know, in Europe, you have winter, but yet you have the facility to store solar energy. Yesterday, I said in my intervention that we need to relook at the Fisheries Partnership Agreement because a lot of the European money comes from us through the Fisheries Partnership Agreement. Yes, it is the fishing companies, but they are European fishing companies. So we know that in 2023, there'll be a renegotiation of the Fisheries Partnership Agreement, which needs to be looked into very carefully so that small island states can benefit more and develop their economies, in our case, our solar capacity, for us to be able to fuel our economy when and if something like this happens. What is happening may not be the last. There may be more. We are not hoping. We wish that the war would end.
Thank you, Honourable. Maybe you can start wrapping up.
Yes, we wish that the war ends, but what I'm saying is that we need to have something that is concrete and decisions taken out of meetings so that we can know where we stand and what we have to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Seychelles, for your intervention. And I will give the floor to Honourable Mohai, South Africa. You have the floor.
Thank you, President.
3.5 minutes, sorry.
The ongoing conflict between Ukraine and Russia adversely affect the respective countries and the world at large. This requires humanity and all peace-loving people of the world to join hands in facilitating mediation and ensure dialogue between these countries prevails. The world that is riddled by these devastating conflicts and wars continue to claim the lives of many innocent civilians. In this regard, South Africa joins millions of global citizens to call for ceasefire in order to allow peaceful mediation efforts to take central role in the quest to resolve the ongoing war between Ukraine and Russia. The South African Parliament continues to be concerned about the conflict which threatens global peace, security and economy, and has called for immediate cessation of hostilities through dialogue, mediation, and negotiations. In calling for peace between Ukraine and Russia, we are mindful and cognizant of many acts of aggression in many parts of the world, such as Afghanistan, Palestine, Syria, Western Sahara, where there is continued loss of millions of lives. This equally requires an urgent attention of the world to resolve the conflict. Of great concern, Mr. President, is the fact that these situations affect women and children the most. We are of the firm view that the durable peace is needed in Ukraine and that our collective efforts as the international community in general and Parliament in particular should seek to find a peaceful solution. We urge both countries to fully commit to the peaceful negotiation process. We therefore call for the cessation of hostilities and de-escalation in order to enable the mediation process, which is a catalyst for lasting peace. President Cyril Ramaphosa further affirmed that South Africa remains steadfast in our conviction that world peace through negotiation and not forces of arms indeed is attainable. This is the principle on which we have been consistent since our advent of democracy, and that remains an important part of our foreign policy orientation. We are steadfast in our resolve to strongly urge all sides to uphold international law, including humanitarian law and human rights law, as well as principles of the United Nations Charter, including sovereignty and territorial integrity. To conclude, the historical tension between Russia and Ukraine make it even more compelling that whatever agreements are brokered are sustainable in the long run and address the concerns of both parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, South Africa, for that intervention. And I'll give the floor to Ms. Basso. You have the floor, 1.5 minutes.
Grazie, Presidente. Grazie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and dear colleagues. The Russian invasion and crisis is bringing about crises, whether they be humanitarian and energy crisis. There's also, unfortunately, a food crisis, which would hit hard over the next few months. As the EU, we are closer geographically to this conflict, but we cannot forget that the consequences will be suffered by the whole planet. There are 4 million refugees who have fled Ukraine. Women are obliged to leave their husbands who are fighting for their nation. There's a huge humanitarian emergency, greater than ever, that faced. We've got an energy crisis. We don't just see it in Italy, but throughout Europe, as our dependency on Russia for energy is creating terrible problems because the prices have tripled, and families and companies have to limit their production, not only because of unsustainable costs, but because of a lack of raw materials, and they have to actually make their employees redundant. There are economic and social crises, and there's a food crisis which might be disastrous because of the violence in the streets and the avenues. Now, hopefully, unfortunately, Turkey, Libya, and Egypt might suffer from a lack of wheat, and this may bring China in. So what we've got to do is get peace as quickly as possible. It must be the opportunity to have our countries and make sure that we don't just leave our countries that are near us alone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that intervention. And I'll give the floor to Honorable Naib Zimbabwe. You have the floor. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Co-Chair. The situation in Ukraine must be understood in the historical context of the region. Zimbabwe strongly upholds the principles and purposes of the United Nations Charter, including peaceful settlement of disputes. It is our considered view as a country that it is the duty of the international community not to allow the situation to become more complex than it already is, and tirelessly work towards the facilitation of dialogue aimed at finding a durable solution to the situation. We therefore firmly subscribe to the peaceful settlement of disputes through dialogue. Co-President, having waged an armed struggle ourselves in Zimbabwe, we are all too aware of the destructive nature of any war. History attests that it is very difficult to gain absolute victory on the battlefield. There has to be a negotiated settlement somewhere along the line. We therefore firmly subscribe to the peaceful settlement of disputes through dialogue. And Zimbabwe therefore encourages the Russian Federation and Ukraine to intensify their efforts towards finding a durable solution to their conflict, taking into account the security interests of both parties. No one has any idea of the magnitude of the conflict, but apparently there is clarity that the world is at a precarious precipice, which in the long run might have devastating consequences for the entire human race. As a nation, Zimbabwe does not subscribe to the imposition of unilateral coercive measures or sanctions of any kind on any member state, as this is contrary to the United Nations Charter. Unilateral sanctions have never worked to resolve any situation. On the contrary, sanctions unleash untold human crisis and human suffering, and mostly, if not all the time, of the ordinary person in the street. Zimbabweans, having been victims of unilateral sanctions for over 20 years, would not wish them on anybody. Dialogue is the only way forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Zimbabwe. Thank you very much, Zimbabwe. And I'll give the floor to Mr. Mark Johan Botenga. You have 1 minute. Thank you.
Okay. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, we're speaking of this war in Ukraine, which is a crime and the violation of the UN Charter. A question I have is, has the EU really taken sufficient consideration of the interest and the African country in their actions against the war? When Europe imposed sanctions for 1 minute on the impact that it will have on the African countries, depending on that region for wheat or cereals, I don't think so. We know how risky this is and how high the prices are climbing. The Ukrainians and the Africans would benefit from an end to this conflict, but the EU has not taken any major diplomatic initiative. We know that the initiative will not come from Washington, but it would be to our benefit to take it, because all the risks happening would be total warfare. Let us try to take this diplomatic initiative and stop this war through negotiations and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for your intervention. I now give the floor to Ms. Luka Jemska. Lukasiewska, you have the floor. 1 minute.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie przewodniczący. Nikt dzisiaj nie powinien...
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Now today, no one can doubt it. Ukraine and the entire world needs to take a strong position. No to war, no to dictatorship, no to the violation of human rights or territorial integrity, no to destruction of democracy. We don't believe in the propaganda against the Ukrainians. It's not the Ukrainians that need to understand, it's the Russians that must understand that Putin is a dictator, a manipulator, and a liar, ladies and gentlemen. Any war, all war, provokes international consequences. This is not just a refugee crisis. There are economic consequences. There are shock waves, inflation and pressure, which also brings about a real price hike of food, limiting production, limited raw material which is necessary for production, in the electronic areas, in the automobile sector. These are supply chains which are being hard hit. There's a real price hike of gas, petroleum, energy, and all of this makes us have to pay the cost. The war is destructive to farming, but also the environment. Toxic substances are being sent out into the environment, threatening not only crops, but human health. Ukraine and Russia, these two countries, are responsible for exporting sunflower oil. Ukraine is a cradle for wheat, and in 2020, 95% of the wheat exports from the Ukraine were in Africa and Asia. So if we limit those exports, we'll have a terrible influence on the food crisis and increase problems of famine. We must do our utmost to put a stop to this war, which is why we need to send out a loud message. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intervention. And I'll give the floor to Ms. Nisho. Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Ganz herzlichen Dank auch für die Möglichkeit.
Thank you. Allow me to say a few words about this. Indeed, there are economic problems. There will be wheat problems. This is a devastating war for everyone. And it's even worse for some. And I'm quite outraged. Over the last 2 days, we haven't said a word about women. Every war has a shadow hanging over it. There's violence in the battlefields, but there is also violence for women who are fleeing. In Germany too. Women are being told in Germany not to get in the cars of strangers because they might be forced into prostitution. Refugee women are told not just to get in anyone's car. Be careful. Keep an eye on your children. So, of course the markets are affected. Of course wheat production is affected. But of course, first of all, it's people. People are dying. And I don't care what nation we're talking about. And it's particularly women. Every war is devastating for women. It is violent. It is deathly. And we have to say that. I wanted to say something else, but I had to talk about women and their fate. It hasn't been mentioned the last few days.
Thank you very much for your intervention. I now give the floor to Ms. Hersberger Fofana. You have the floor.
Merci, Madame Bugayova.
Thank you, Mrs. Bugayova, as well as the chairs and of this group. We express our solidarity to all people living through Russian military aggression in Ukraine. Europe is in solidarity with Ukraine based on universal values. The impact of this crisis will influence food security for many countries in Africa importing wheat to make bread. And this is where Ramadan is starting now. And this could bring on social crisis and starvation. Now, just like my colleague, I'd like to mention women, and there's also the refugees. There is the impact that has been hidden. We haven't mentioned racism, and Africa is victim of this. Many neighboring countries to the EU, like Poland and Romania, show certain degrees of racism. Our association, the elected African people of our association, 500 African students have made terrible testimonies. African women were pushed back at the border. For example, a woman with a baby of 2 months, which is attributable to an effective directive of the Ukraine and other bordering countries. This is an absolute violation of human rights, not supported by European values. Treating Africans coming from Ukraine, especially, and women and children differently than the others is totally counter to the new values and partnership relations that Europe would like to develop with the African Union. We hope that the close countries, which are members of the neighboring countries of the EU, to bring all people across the border without making a difference between color of the skin, nationality, or religion, so they can come to the European country of their choice. We want the African students to have the possibility of finishing their studies in the country of Europe they will arrive in. And leaving these out, we would be totally violating European values and putting the African continent and European continent at odds. We must treat all these people equally. It is a question of human rights.
Thank you very much for that intervention, and I'll give the floor to Mr. Hetman. You have 1 minute.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie przewodniczący. Szanowni Państwo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, during this debate, I have been hearing that this conflict must be placed in its proper context. I'm going to explain this context to you. The context is that we've got an unprovoked aggression on an independent country. This country has been brutally attacked by Putin's Russia, which is lying and giving fake information and propaganda to justify the war they are waging on Ukrainian territory. I say that we must find a mutually beneficial solution, and I will tell you what that only beneficial solution will be. If Russia withdraws its troops and begs pardon for the death of innocent children, women, and older people who have been kicked out of their countries, so every person has a moral duty to condemn this aggression and this war, as all other aggressions and war must be condemned. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intervention. And I'll give the floor to Mr. Mariani. You have the floor, 1.5 minutes.
Oui, l'orateur précédent a raison.
Well, the previous speaker is right. We have a moral duty to condemn this war. And of course, I condemn it. But we've got a moral duty to see how we got to this point. There are two things. Let's not forget that any frozen conflict will thaw out. Since 2014, we've known that in the east of Ukraine, certain regions seceded. Madame Merkel and Mr. Hollande had these mixed agreements, which were never respected. If Europe had fought to keep these agreements enforced, we might not be where we are today. I'm going to give some figures. There was the Court of Auditors in the EU pointed out we gave 17 billion to the Ukraine since 2014 in the form of loans and gifts, and we should have made sure that the autonomy of these regions be respected. We might have avoided war if not. Europe has taken sanctions. We've got to measure all the impacts. Let me give you an example. 2 years ago, we took sanctions against Belarus. What was the same one? First one, blocking the entering of potassium and the potassium fertilizer, and the result of that, the prices of potassium has tripled. Do you think Belarus gave in? We just have fertilizers which cost 3 times more expensive, so they have not gained or lost anything. So we've got to be behind Africa, and madam, we've got to deliver arms. The U.S. and many European countries would like to fight with everyone. I prefer making peace with all the regions, because if we deliver arms, we're just spending, and that makes less money available for education and fair food distribution, and we might have collateral effects with Africa. They also suffer from the sanctions that we are making and taking. Thank you.
Thank you for that intervention. And I'll give the floor to Ms. Ochoska. You have the floor. 1 minute.
Dziękuję, panie przewodniczący.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now we see that there's been a destabilization of education systems and health systems due to the war provoked by Russia, which has worsened many migratory and food crises. Food security in Europe, as well as in Africa and sub-Saharan Africa and in other states, which are dependent on the exports from Russia and Ukraine, have been threatened. So we can see that there will be a negative impact on the environment too, provoked by bombings, Chernobyl, and chemical substances. Sanctions is going to bring the prices way up, a shortage of certain products, at a price that we as Europeans will have to be ready to take on. Now, we've got to have people consent to this situation. We need to bring down costs to be borne by African countries. We've got to make sure that the development of the African countries will not be threatened. Nonetheless, these countries will be faced with the challenge being autonomy and getting independent from the Russian economy. At the time of the USSR, Russia had a lot of political support for education, also for arms, and many students had the opportunity to go to the USSR and study in Russia. If we want to help Africa to become independent from Russia, we'll have to accept to pay the price. We need humanitarian and economic aid for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. And I'll give the floor to Honorable Maharaj, Fiji.
Bula, Mr. Co-President. Allow me to offer remarks in my national capacity and register our deep concern with the ongoing crisis in Ukraine. In the spirit of constructive engagement, Fiji joins the European Union and the European Union family to call for immediate ceasefire, safe and unhindered humanitarian access to affected areas, and urgent withdrawal of military forces in accordance with internationally recognized borders. To the European Union, Fiji offers its full support to you in extending your good office to do all you can to increase opportunities for diplomacy that is needed to secure a sustainable peace in Ukraine. This conflict and the human suffering will end through diplomacy and diplomacy alone. We applaud the hospitality of EU and its member states, such as Poland, Romania, etc., who have welcomed the Ukraine refugees on humanitarian grounds. We ask that civilians fleeing conflict be treated with dignity and without discrimination. We also call for appropriate attention towards the spillover effect of this crisis, particularly greater food insecurity and higher fuel prices, which are already affecting lives and livelihood across the world, including in the Pacific. The world needs its diplomats and all its leaders to focus on the winning the war that threatens the security of states and communicates across the world while we still have a narrow window of time available. That is the war against climate change. The funding and resources that would now be diverted towards Russia and Ukraine war under the humanitarian ground should have been directed towards climate change. Climate change effect is upon us, and it's a definite killer. We need to focus on mitigating chronic effects of climate change. For the world to do so, the war in Ukraine must end now. We reiterate that the challenges we collectively face today are numerous and will not be overcome without peaceful dialogue and international solidarity. Our action must be guided by establishment of international rules and norms. As we deal with this urgent crisis, we also affirm that climate change and COVID-19 remain at the forefront of our global effort. We reaffirm the importance of the rule-based international order, and recall the principles of UN Charter to which we all subscribe to maintain international peace, security, and respect of sovereignty and territorial integrity for all member states. Mr. Co-President, Fiji is a peace-loving nation and continues to promote peace globally through its peacekeeping forces. In this regard, we pray for peace and reiterate our commitment to support all effort that restores peace in Ukraine. Vinakavakalevu, thank you.
Thank you very much for that intervention. I now give the floor to Andrew. Mr. Andrew, you have the floor. 1 minute or 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I should also like to thank Natalia Bugayova for her statements and saying that what was being challenged is our civilization values and all of humanity is in question. I agree with what she said, and the question is a problem of world governance. So the question is, what kind of society do we want to? Do we want to continue to build a world based on just a search for a good GDP, which has led us to the war in Ukraine? Do we want to see a world where poverty is increasing and inequalities are increasing and the concentration of riches are clustering more? Look at the situation in agriculture. You have to see the way the market is being prepared, and we deregulated all the agricultural market, and they've been specialized to continents. If you want certain things, go and look for them in South America. If you want wheat and cereals, let's go to the Ukraine. We've turned into a very fragmented, dependent, and fragilized war. We've got to change the system. There's got to be food independence. In fact, since the 90s, the agro and chemical industry has got their hands on how agriculture is being directed. Europe is not the one to feed the entire world, or Africa. The industry has used human health costs for its own profit. We've got to reconsider the world model if we want to avoid conflicts like the ones we're seeing today, like in Ukraine especially. Thank you.
Thank you for your intervention. And I'll give the floor to Honorable Eda, Rwanda. You have the floor. 3 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le...
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Its vote to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine during the emergency special session by the United Nations held on March 2nd. Rwanda supports
Sorry, perhaps you can remove your mask. Thank you. Thanks.
Rwanda supports that sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of any country must be respected. Rwanda expresses serious concern with the extent of humanitarian devastation and peace and security challenges caused by this war. The solution of invasion of Russia in Ukraine can only be achieved through dialogue by parties, taking into account the concerns of both sides. Russian Federation and Ukraine have the key to resolving this conflict. Mr. President, the external intervention will only worsen the situation. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that intervention. We have now come to the end of our speakers list. I would now like to give the floor back at this time to Ms. Bugayova. You have 3 minutes for your reactions.
Thank you. I had 4 reflections, but Mr. Hetman brilliantly addressed the context issue, so I have only 3 final comments. First, some of you talked about this being an ethnic conflict. As someone who is a Russian-speaking Ukrainian who grew up in Donbass, I can assure you that that's not the case. And in fact, it's a Russian army that's killing many Russian speakers right now in places like Mariupol, Kharkiv, and throughout Ukraine. This war has always been about the way of life and the choice of Ukrainians to live in a free society that is sovereign. Second, many of you mentioned the word ceasefire. And in fact, we may get a Russian offer of ceasefire at some point because Russia's army is doing so bad on the ground. That can be a threat to Ukraine. And you would say, why would one frame a ceasefire as a threat? But many of you know very well that some ceasefires can lead to peace and others can lead to more fighting. If we are truly interested in durable peace, and I've heard that term said today many times, we should reject any Russian ceasefire offer that provides the Kremlin more leverage on Ukraine and that sets conditions for additional fighting. Why? Because Putin's intent with regard to Ukraine hasn't changed in 20 years, and it likely will. Russia is losing right now, and actually ceasefire is one of the few options that Putin has to move Russia's army off the trajectory towards defeat. So we should consider those risks very carefully when we discuss that. If we are truly interested in peace, there is only one path, and that one being supporting Ukrainians as long as they're willing to fight and defend their sovereignty, to give them all the tools they need to do so, to push Russia out of Ukrainians' territory and liberate the territories that Russia captured, and that where it's terrorizing is the civilians as we speak. Otherwise, we're looking at years of war, and whatever concerns you have about wheat shortage or refugee crisis or spillover of the conflict will only get worse if this ends in an unjust settlement. And if it does, we will also be looking at a Hobbesian world. The next weeks are critical, and I urge everyone to really focus on not just empowering Ukraine to survive, but empowering Ukraine to win. It might be one of the most important things we do for the future of humanity in our world, because in fact, what is at stake are the civilizational values. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I appreciate it, a chance to be a part of this debate.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bugayova, for your participation, for your views. We have come to the end of this agenda item. There has been a lot of views, some quite divergent, that were shared here. But of course, when it comes to conflict, the victims are always one that we need to continue to focus on. And I think there's always convergence there in terms of the victims of war, particularly women and children. And that is something that is clear, that regardless of where we sit, I think that is something that we need to continue to uphold. Once again, thank you very much for your continued interest in this matter and this issue, and we look forward to continuing the discussions on these going forward. Colleagues, we have now come to the end of this item. There will be a break, and we'll be back here at 5 p.m. There's a coffee break now. Thank you very much. We are now at the agenda item 10, urgent topic number 2, enhancing the resilience of small island developing states against climate change and natural disasters. Colleagues, you will recall that in January 2022, a volcano erupted in Tonga, and a subsequent tsunami had devastating impact on the island and its population. The European Union and the international community responded quickly, and yet the lives and the livelihoods of Tongans and the people continue to be negatively affected, and they will be negatively impacted for a long time to come. This is just an example of the vulnerability of small islands, many of whom are located in areas prone to disaster, cyclones and hurricanes that continue to hamper their progress. Having a GDP wiped out overnight because of one single event is something that SIDS have been faced with for years. So natural disasters, including those that are caused by a changing climate, including those that involve extreme sea level rise, are already having negative impacts on small island developing states. And indeed, the cost of rebuilding after every tropical cyclone or hurricane, or the cost of adapting to rising sea levels, is leaving little fiscal space for investment in the Sustainable Development Goals. In addition, these vulnerabilities have been compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic that has been hindering the progress of the 2030 agenda in all countries, but particularly so in the most vulnerable and in the small island developing states, who do not have the capacity to fight both the pandemic and climate change simultaneously. No country acting alone can move the needle. However, by working together, the international community can make a substantial impact. Science, the real world, and the 2015 Paris Agreement on climate change have pointed to alternative pathways for humanity. But greater political will and resources are needed to address the grave challenge of climate change. It is therefore high time to help small island developing states to manage disaster risk, make big investments in climate resilient infrastructure, and transition to renewable energy. Climate change mitigation and adaptation costs in small island developing states and other developing countries are estimated to be between 140 to 300 billion USD dollars per year by 2030. Unfortunately, developed countries, despite having promised to contribute USD $100 billion per year by 2020, have missed that goal so far. This is why, in the run-up to the COP26, the ACP-EU JPA adopted a statement urging the developed countries to scale up their climate finance beyond the USD $100 billion goal. With this introduction, I look forward to listening to today's speakers, and I look forward to the debate that will ensue. At this time now, it's my honor to start with our speakers list and ask Honourable Bryce of Bahamas to make your intervention. And you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
I want to begin by thanking the government of the French Republic and the European Union for hosting this assembly, which has brought parliamentarians together to discuss pertinent issues at this critical juncture. Co-presidents, in September 2019, the world watched in horror as the Bahamas helplessly endured one of the most catastrophic and strongest hurricanes on record to impact the Atlantic region. History has shown that hurricanes are no strangers to our coastal island nation. Climate change impacts all sectors of the Bahamas. Therefore, we do not consider this to be simply an environmental problem. It is against this backdrop that the government of the Bahamas has paid keen attention to this issue, so as to ensure that our people will be equipped with the right resources and knowledge to build climate resiliency. The Bahamas acknowledges that to build resiliency requires increased public awareness and training, ecosystem restoration actions, assessments of technical needs, along with financial support, amongst others. Therefore, the assistance of our global partners is imperative in order to achieve the development of this enhanced resiliency. As we proceed to COP27, the Bahamas continues to highlight the importance of keeping the global goal of 1.5 degrees Celsius within reach, as this is a critical threshold to guarantee the survival of small island developing states, small developing states, and least developed states. Additionally, the Bahamas strongly supports the need to attend to critical issues such as carbon markets to ensure that a level playing field exists between actors within the global north as well within the global south. The Bahamas looks forward to working with the European Union as the European Union seeks to advance efforts surrounding their climate mitigation targets. Moreover, the Bahamas seeks to collaborate with the EU in the area of capacity building and technology transfer in the lead up to COP27 and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bahamas, for that intervention. And I'll give the floor to Ms. Okochka, apologies. 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's very simple, Okochka. I am very content that we discuss problems of small island developing states separately. They face unique social, economic and environmental vulnerabilities other than developing countries, and their capacity for mitigation and adaptation to climate change differ too. Climate change has a very tangible impact on SIDS and their population of 65 million people, about 30% of whom live at an average of less than 5 meters above sea level. They are victims of our economies, since they account for just 1% of global carbon dioxide emissions, but they experience results of climate change such of all time, destroying communications, energy and transport infrastructure, homes, health facilities and schools. In the next coming years, we can expect flows of migrants from those areas if we don't reduce CO2 emissions. Our European proposal, Fit for 55, when adopted, will be a concrete step in this direction. However, in this regard, we need closer cooperation with Africa and other regions to tackle global issues such as climate change. Clean water, reduced beach erosion, soil and sand formation, and protection from storm surges. Strong biodiversity not only generates revenue through industries for SIDS, it also helps prevent the incurrence of additional costs that can result from climate change. Environment degradation is not the only problem small island developing states need to tackle. Many SIDS face high importance economic shocks. I believe that our solution, which we are about to adopt, is balanced and tackles all major issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chotska, for that intervention. And I'll give the floor to Honourable Hussein of Barbados. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Co-President. And I first wish to take the opportunity to thank the organisers of this conference for this opportunity on behalf of my country. Barbados is one of approximately 58 small island developing states globally. We have been assessed as being a medium to high income earning nation on a per capita basis for about the last 30 years by international agencies, of which European Union members are significant members. This has resulted in a regrettable policy to deny Barbados the capacity to access concessionary funding from developmental agencies. This situation does not take into account the fact that Barbados, a low-lying nation of only 166 square miles, is susceptible for at least hurricanes and floods, which in a few hours can potentially easily wipe out over 100% of our GDP. Only in June last year, less than 10 months ago, we experienced the first direct hit of a hurricane, Hurricane Elsa, in 66 years. This event came on the heels of vast expenditure by our government to mitigate the adverse effects of COVID and of the explosive eruption of the Soufriere volcano 90 miles away from Barbados in St. Vincent. We have been able in recent times to, for example, negotiate natural disaster provisions in our external loan agreements by virtue of the advent of severe natural disasters would trigger a waiver in our interest payments for 2 years post the disastrous event. We are doing our best with assistance from some of our international partners, such as the EU, in our attempt to improve our resilience to climate change and natural disasters. We have, for example, embarked on a Roofs to Reefs program in a commendable attempt to buttress our defences against these adversities. We, however, call on the EU to support our contention that loans granted by international development agencies to Barbados and other SIDS in the Caribbean should be on a concessionary basis. This ought to be the case regardless of whether or not we have acquired medium to high income per capita ratings, since we are all significantly and highly vulnerable to natural disasters and adverse weather conditions. The probability of these realities has increased in recent times.
Can I ask you to wind up as well? Thank you.
As a result of climate change, of which we have by no means played any major part whatsoever in creating. I'm obliged. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbados, for that intervention. Well noted. And now I'll give the floor to Mr. Hussein. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Co-President, dear colleagues. Climate change is a fact, and small island developing states are especially and undoubtedly the most vulnerable to it. Although they only contribute less than 1% of global carbon emissions, they are hit hardest. The effects of climate change and natural disasters include sea level rise, tropical cyclones, coastal erosion, altered rainfall patterns, but also hidden impacts such as saltwater intrusion in freshwater resources, coral reef bleaching, ocean acidification, and a decline in fish stocks, primarily affecting the most vulnerable groups all over the world. The United Nations had found that sea levels rose by an average of 19 centimeters between 1901 and 2010 due to global warming. According to the estimates, this rise will increase to 24 to 30 centimeters by 2065 and as much as 40 to 63 centimeters by the year 2100. More than 2100. More than 800 million people living in 570 cities around the world are at risk from sea level rise, and around 3 million Pacific Islanders might need to relocate because of that before the end of the century. Tide and storm surge heights will increase and reach further islands. Flooding is expected to occur more than 10 times as often as it has so far, and this can be intensified even further by local factors. On average, the cost of natural disasters in small states is almost 2% of their GDP, more than 4 times higher than in larger countries. The increased frequency of and greater vulnerability to disasters, significant macroeconomic implications for these small states such as low investment rates, lower GDP per capita, higher poverty and a volatile income base. As if this was not enough, small island developing states with a dependence on food and energy imports as well as tourism revenue are particularly exposed to external shocks, as the COVID-19 pandemic has already demonstrated. We need to focus our support on climate change adaptation and mitigation actions, the promotion of the sustainable use and management of natural resources, strengthening of ocean governance, including fisheries and aquaculture, as well as building resilience against natural disasters and enhancing energy efficiency. I want to call on the European Commission to give maximum visibility to the EU SIDS climate action programmes. Funding must be made available under the NDICI for actions to mitigate and address the impacts of climate change. Small island developing states show a huge potential for the implementation of renewable energies and need investment to increase their resilience and local food systems. Community-based adaptation strategies and the renewal of traditional knowledge farming practices. In this regard, I would like to emphasise on the role that blue economy and SMEs play for small island developing states. A comprehensive, structured approach at local, regional, national and international level is needed to enhance their resilience. The EU and its member states must fulfil their role as leaders in combating climate change and commit to fully respecting the Paris Agreement. And Europe has the technology, experience and knowledge to help, as our coasts are also affected. And let me say, I'm coming from an inner alpine region of Europe, and my hometown is also experienced floods more regularly than ever before. A transfer of know-how and intensified cooperation would surely help other countries to cope with rising sea levels. Essential for the success of future climate action is an inclusive policy in which women, civil society and marginalised groups are fully and equally involved. The issue of climate change and biodiversity loss is probably the most complex issue we face today. Politics often focuses on immediate and mid-term results, which is why far too often we fail to consider long-term consequences. Let us change this now, let us act. And finally, I want to thank all that contributed to the text of our resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haidt, for that intervention. Now give the floor to Honourable Isihaka, Comoros. You have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Co-Chair, for giving me the floor. Honourable deputies, ambassadors, you are aware of the fact that small island states are the first victims of climate change, and yet we are the least polluters of CO2 and other greenhouse gases on the planet. The Union of the Comoros is one of these very small states, and yet we are no exception, as we are victims of global warming. My country is working more than ever before to avoid problems linked to global warming. In 2019, Cyclone Kenneth, which struck the southern Indian Ocean, had a devastating effect on our country, and we still see the effects to this day. Coastal residents live in constant anxiety because without strong dikes, the water continues to rise at a pace never before seen. I myself have seen it because I come from a coastal settlement. The coral reef is disappearing at a pace we've never seen before, and this is also linked to the warming of the seawaters. And you know the problems this causes to biodiversity in the sea. Dear Co-Chair, honorable members, many promises have been made, but unfortunately, they haven't yet been honored. It is urgent that we act because our islands are in danger and we are simple victims. It's time to move on to actions, and let's try to repair damage. As Jacques Chirac said, the house is burning while we're looking out the window. And yes, our small islands, our small island states are burning while you're looking in another direction. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much for that intervention, the Comoros. And I'll give the floor to Honourable Yakumba for Côte d'Ivoire. You have 2 minutes.
Monsieur le Président.
Dear Chair, once again, I would like to express the solidarity of Côte d'Ivoire with all island states which are in danger. Dear Chair, if nothing is done, if the Paris agreements are not met, if national contributions are not met, then, dear Chair, we are running directly into a planetary catastrophe. Island states will be the first victims, but unfortunately, and 3 times, unfortunately, they will not be the only victims. This affects the entire planet. If island states were to disappear, their population will not disappear with them. We'll have to find a place for them. And where will they go? It's on the mainland. It's in our countries, in your countries. Can you imagine the social, economic, and security upheaval that this will bring to the planet? On behalf of Côte d'Ivoire, I would like to exalt the international community to please meet the Paris agreements. If you meet these promises, we will be able to contain the effects of climate change, because climate change is man-made, and so we can do something about it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Côte d'Ivoire. And now give the floor to Honorable Dulo, Ethiopia. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I won't take 2 minutes. Of course, this issue has been on the agenda of the OACPS for some time, and on the global agenda as well. But promises that have been made by the big polluters and those who have benefited more from the global pollution as such have not come up with concrete solutions. The promises made in various international fora have not been fulfilled. I think the more time passes, these countries will be in an even bigger danger. And we call upon our partners to live up to their promises and support these countries so that they can mitigate the effects of climate change and at the same time take actions globally which unduly affects these countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ethiopia, for your intervention. And I'll give the floor to Honorable Maharaj, BG. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I start, allow me to thank European Union for taking a proactive approach towards mitigating the effects of climate change. The structural vulnerabilities that small island developing states confront have been further compounded by new and emerging challenges, such as war in Ukraine and COVID-19. That's why I earlier stated that war in Ukraine must come to an end. Urgent action has been brought into sharp focus. Before, we used to have one cyclone in at least 3 to 5 years, and now we have at least 3 to 5 cyclones in a year within the South Pacific region. Many of these natural resources are often already facing other anthropogenic pressures such as overexploitation, overharvesting, pollution, deforestation, and degradation. In addition, many SIDS also struggle with fragile economies, immigration of active population, high import costs, and heavy dependence on external aid. Fiji has the following acts and policies in place outlining the comprehensive solution to addressing climate change. 1, Climate Change Act. 2, National Adaptation Plan. 3, Disaster Risk Reduction. 4, Human Mobility Guidelines, Planned Relocation Guidelines, and Displacement Guidelines. Fiji legislated its Climate Change Act which sets the legal framework to enable the country's mitigation, adaptation, and disaster risk management action. Fiji's Climate Change Act is the world's most comprehensive piece of climate legislation covering issues such as long-term net zero commitments, carbon budget, carbon market establishment, climate-induced human mobility, nature-based solution, and legal recognition of maritime boundaries relative to sea level rise, climate finance, and intergovernmental resilience building. Due to high vulnerability to the effects of climate change and extreme weather events, Fiji experiences on average one cyclone per year, namely Category 3 to Category 5. We have actually forgotten what Category 1 and Category 2 cyclones are. To cope with the increasing effects of climate change and to better safeguard their sustainable development, disaster risk reduction has become increasingly important for many island nations. Fiji is working tirelessly to protect, manage, and restore its ecosystem by actively promoting and incorporating nature-based solutions and its ever-increasing disaster management models. Our new nature-based solution initiative was launched by the European Union to support the climate change adaptation solution in 19 countries in Pacific. The Kiwa initiative aims to strengthen the resilience of Pacific countries and
Test, 1, 2, 3, 4, test. 1, 2, 3, 4, test, test. 1, 2,
Bruxelles confirme.
Colleagues, let's resume and let's give it a try. Technicians have advised that the technical issue has been resolved, so let us give it another go. And once again, apologies for this hiccup. At this time, I invite again Honorable Salah, the Gambia. You have the floor and 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. I started by emphasizing that disaster can be caused by human beings or by nature, and that the suffering that we are seeing in Ukraine is caused by human beings. And the suffering we see when natural disaster occurs throughout the Caribbean, Pacific, is caused by nature, but plus human consumption. What is important is that all suffering must outrage our conscience. We must always speak conscience, we must always act conscience. Not to act like robots being commanded by other people to think and act. We have no taste for any human being to be teleguided by any human being on this earth. There should be no political manipulation of a human being. Each human being must know the value of life and how to protect it. And that is why the initiatives now taken to establish international panels, national panels on climate change, constitute the future to be able to create a database on which policy making could be established. We must be able to conceptualize the problems of the world, instrumentalize them in laws, and institutionalize them so that we can continue to act together in terms of policy programs and projects to be able to address them. And that is the trend of this Parliament, to be able to look at these issues comprehensively and come up with resolutions that can inspire those who wish to do something about the problems of the world to do something about it. But one thing that we should bear in mind, the Pacific, the Caribbean, what we call the triangular trade, how many centuries? The explorers from Europe, from Portugal, going all the way to that side of the world, what did they find? Always human beings there, and they were living. So there is resilience. We should not talk about vulnerability. The problem is our ignorance, is the knowledge base that we must have to be able to address the problems of humankind. But human beings have been very resilient. That's why we are still here. The West Indian Federation was established in 1958 to be able to get 10 Caribbean countries to come together in order to prepare the ground for more regional approaches to such problems. But over the years, leaders...
You can start wrapping up as well, thank you.
I didn't hear.
You can start to wrap up your statement.
Yes, I'll conclude by saying, well, this Parliament has a future. If Europeans, Africans, Caribbean, and Pacific continue to think together and act together as equals, as human beings, interested in solving the problems of humankind, then we will find solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Gambia, for your intervention. I give the floor to Mr. Botenga. You have 1 minute.
Merci. Parlons politique climatique.
Thank you. Well, we're talking about climate policy. Remember the call for more ambitious climate actions. The minister with his feet in the water because his country may disappear. You know that since the beginning of the industrial age, the EU is responsible for a quarter of CO2 emissions, ACP countries less than 3%, island states less than 1%, and they're suffering the most. So what should a serious partner do? First of all, it should do its utmost to save and support those countries. And here we're seeing, unfortunately, that the EU wishes to reduce its emissions by 55% by 2030, but science is calling for 65%. In real life, to guarantee the profits of European multinationals, what we're seeing is that we do not share the best technologies with African countries and others. And I'll conclude by saying that we, the EU, do not respect the promises made to developing countries on the means to adapt to climate change. So can we really talk about a respectful and balanced partnership? I believe we cannot.
Thank you, Mr. Botenga, for that intervention. And I'll give the floor to Honourable Clark, Jamaica. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, Co-President. Ladies and gentlemen, let me thank the organizers for the privilege of participating in this panel discussion. Merely months after Jamaica hosts the 7th Regional Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction in the Americas. I recall then in his opening remarks, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, called upon all nations in the region and participants of the regional platform to reflect upon the measures needed to address the impact of disaster and build resilient economies in the Americas and the Caribbean. The same meeting, member states and other players reiterate the commitment to achieve the Sendai framework outcome, that is to substantially reduce disaster risk, to protect livelihood and health, and particularly to reduce mortality and the number of people affected by disaster. Participants also committed to reduce economic losses and damages from disaster by, among other things, investing in our own domestic resources and developing international cooperation projects in planning and preparation. The Caribbean is extremely vulnerable to natural disaster and climate change impacts, which brings with them high economic costs and the potential to derail and defer development. Between the 1970s and 2020, over 90% of disasters in the Caribbean had their origin in meteorological or hydroclimatic phenomena, such as floods, storms, and tropical cyclones. The value of all economic damage and losses directly or indirectly related to disaster in the last 5 decades, reaching a whopping US $166.9 billion. Among small states, the average annual damage from disaster for the Caribbean is equivalent to 2.4% of the GDP, IMF 2017. In recent years, the region has experienced cascading and multiple climate hazards, even occurring simultaneously with biological and geographical hazard. A recent example is that of St. Vincent and the Grenadines having to manage the impact of the eruption of the La Sofia volcano while dealing with the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as those Hurricane Elsa in Jamaica. In 2020, while not directly hit by a tropical storm, we have to navigate rainfall, induced flooding and landslide from 3 systems while recovering from drought impact and being in the throes of the pandemic. These examples expose the interconnection and systemic nature of risk, as well as the complexity brought about by interaction of climatic and non-climatic risks.
Thank you. Can we wrap up? Thank you.
Climate change has altered the pre-existing disaster profile of Caribbean and its exacerbating vulnerability, according to the State of the Caribbean Climate 2020. As the century progresses, the Caribbean, under worst scenario, will significantly be a different place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamaica, for that intervention. And I'll give the floor to Ms. Weiss. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. It has been said by many, small islands are some of the most vulnerable areas in the world and threatened by climate change. This must be taken serious by all of us. Small island development states are often highly dependent on imported fuel to meet their energy needs. Many of them are now looking to transition to a more sustainable energy path where improved energy efficiency and renewable energy play a crucial role. But despite growing investments in the past decade, and amongst some of them the SIDS DOC support program, with some funding coming from my own little country, Denmark, sustainable energy markets have not reached economies of scale in the small island states. The deployment of renewable energy and energy efficiency solutions remain hindered by a broad range of barriers: lack of fiscal and non-fiscal incentives, technical limitations, economic challenges, lack of access to affordable finance, limited human and institutional capacity, lack of skilled professionals, and inadequate infrastructure, research and development and innovation frameworks. Small island development states have set ambitious targets to become less reliant on fossil fuels and require and deserve support from international development partners and new partnerships to leverage investments and access new technologies to support their transition to renewable energy, while at the same time strengthening your energy security and resilience. I hope you will succeed, and I hope we can work together in the future. We can all benefit and profit from this, because your challenges are not unique. We actually also struggle with a lot of them in the EU. And now, with the war in Ukraine, solutions are critical and urgently developed to be implemented. Working myself right now at the recast of the EU Energy Efficiency Directive, I hope we will succeed with not only raising ambitions higher than ever, but indeed also to develop a bigger and better toolbox of instruments and incentives to increase energy efficiency and renewables. And I hope that what we do can also be as an inspiration for the small island development states, and vice versa for what you do of extra efforts. We have to work better and stronger together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Weiss, for your intervention. I now give the floor to Honourable Songwe, Malawi. You have 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the opportunity. I intend to raise a policy question before I conclude with two proposals. My question focuses on both the OACP's and the EU Council's policy in assisting countries and states that have been devastated by natural calamities due to climate change. The case in point is in Malawi and other southern African countries which have lost their infrastructure and agricultural production, which will affect communication, lack of shelter, and create hunger to millions of people in the region. In particular, Malawi has lost almost 2/3 of its hydroelectricity generation capacity, which has created a negative ripple effect in the industrial production. I would like to find out if the two councils would consider any interventions in the short and long term. That stated, I propose that a special global fund be established in order to support affected people in the various parts of the small islands developing states and assist in rebuilding infrastructure that have been destroyed. Finally, furthermore, I propose that the small islands developing states and other vulnerable member states in the ACP be supported in developing early warning systems about cyclones and hurricanes. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Malawi, for those interventions and specific proposals. And I'll give the floor to Honourable Dunu, Mauritius. you have the floor, and you have 1.5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Co-President. As we are meeting today, my country is facing flash flood. I'm just witnessing it on social media, and this is due to climate change. And we have been facing so many issues with regards to cyclone this year, and it's important that the subject matter, which is of high importance to all of us, though some people don't want to listen to us. From the European side, it's okay. But we from the African, Caribbean, and Pacific, we are here to make our point on what we need to think. Everyone is talking about Pacific, Caribbean, but no one is talking about the Indian Ocean. There also we have island Indian Ocean states, in the Comoro, in Africa. We have drought and rising temperature, excessive precipitation, flooding, sea level, and saltwater intrusion, coastal erosion, loss of agricultural crops, degradation of coral reef due to bleaching, increases in instances of pests and diseases. These and like I've said, unpredictable storm and weather events are just some of the challenges that are facing the seas. The variation in climate, comme l'a fait comprendre un de mes amis, c'est pas que le changement climatique, c'est un...
Let us understand, friends, it isn't just climate change. The climate is completely out of sync and we can't control it. Today, we don't know what is happening in the world. We're trying to find a solution and we can't find them.
With all these problems that we are facing, we are also facing the pandemics, which has affected us a lot. But we need concrete action. And concrete action, we need it from our European side also, so that we can see. I've been able to chat with one of the young parliamentarians from the European side, Mr. Maltegali, who is responsible for Greens, and we think we need to exchange. We need to have a knowledge sharing. We also need to have a real action plan for the climate change and to cater for the seeds. And we also think that we need to introduce green bonds in many of the companies that are doing the activities so that they know that they are responsible for what is happening around the planet. It's not only our seeds, everyone is being affected.
Thank you. Start to wrap up. Thank you.
Just to conclude, the global fight against climate change should remain the top priority of the international community, as it is upon us to bequeath a clean, a green Mother Earth to our future generation. Either we adapt or we will perish. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mauritius. I now give the floor to Honourable Andre Seychelles. You have the floor, 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-President. I would like to support Mauritius in saying that we've been talking about Pacific, Caribbean, but it's only the second country that talks about small island developing states in the Indian Ocean. I've been attending this meeting for the past 10 years. And every time we come, this topic is on the agenda. Are we doing what we're supposed to do? This is my question. We keep coming up with suggestions. We discuss, we keep discussing, We have COP26, 25, 27 coming up. 1 billion euros have been pledged. We haven't seen 1 billion of it. And yet, they said they want to go to 500 billion in the next few years. Let's give us some money for us to be able to rehabilitate the environment. Seychelles is in need of such. We depend on tourism. We depend on fisheries. With climate change, our fisheries, they are running out. Tourism, we will not get big hotel chains coming to build on our coast. We depend on the sea. So if they don't come, we will always be asking for assistance. Please, the polluter should pay. And they need to start paying. We need to have agreements that concludes if they don't pay, consequences should be there. I will not dwell too much on that. I know all of you know what I'm saying, and all of you support what I'm saying, and I want to see some action. No more talk, less talk. Let's put our money where our mouth is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Seychelles, and indeed thank you for reminding that there are SIDS in the Indian Ocean as well. Now I have the honor to give the floor to Honorable Parmesa, Suriname. You have the floor, 1.5 minutes. Thank you.
Co-President, honorable members and dear colleagues, I wish to address this assembly and therefore request your special attention on several views and challenges the SIDS, small island development states and low-lying coastal states which the ACP region are facing due to the consequences of climate change and natural disasters. Referring to the Paris Agreement and COP26, Suriname and SIDS have benefited from EU and UN support. Unfortunately, Suriname is facing frequent floods. Almost 70% of our population near the coastal areas is subject to the effect of climate change. The consequences lead to flood of areas, damage the agriculture sector, infrastructure, etc. The government and international organizations are trying with innovative ways to mitigate the influence of climate change and the natural disasters. Nevertheless, we need more technical support and commitment from our partners to protect and sustain our countries. Mr. President, honorable members, and dear colleagues, in order to overcome these challenges, we need solidarity and direct actions, and the time is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intervention, Suriname. I now give the floor to Honorable Ibrahima, Togo. You have the floor, 1.5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I actually wanted to be on the speakers list for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Colleagues, honorables, in that case, we have had rich discussions on this issue, but I would now like to give the floor to Mr. Domenico Rosa from the European Commission for comments. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, for the floor. On the seats, I think that all the debate was around two main issues. First of all, climate change, and second, if I may say, adaptation to the consequence of climate change. In this sense, I think that we have to look forward. This year we will have the COP27 in Egypt that will mainly focus on adaptation and on loss and damages, and I think we should focus on this event in order to build an alliance. EU and the SIDS have been traditional allies in shaping the COP21. Without this alliance between the European Union and the SIDS, the COP21 wouldn't be in place today. I think that we share at the same time the objective of the COP21 in terms of, I would say, reduction of emission, in terms of adaptation, and not only in terms of mitigation, where, by the way, the European Union remain one of the champions in terms of mitigation and in terms of ambition as far as the reduction of the emission is concerned, and not only, because we also try to creating a policy coherence for development by avoiding what we could call a carbon leakages, which means that we try to prevent that European industry is delocalizing outside Europe in areas or contexts or countries that are less stringent in terms of carbon requirements. So I think that all in all, the European Union always try to be and has always been on the side of the seats in terms of fighting against the climate change. At the same time, I think that we were perfectly aware of the fact that the seats that are, of course, in Caribbean, mainly in the Caribbean and the Pacific, but they are also present in Africa, they have to face a vulnerability that is due to the fact that I would say a hurricane or an event, a climate event can disrupt, I would say, years of development, that they have also a specificity because there are very successful seeds, for instance, with very high economic development and so on, but because they specialized in a specific domain, and this is creating also a kind of dependency because this create a kind of more than vulnerability, I would say a kind of volatility in the development of this country. So I think that this is are the main element. What is for us important is that we should be able in trying to rebuild the positive dynamics that we had in the COP21. The post-Cotonou agreement, of course, you know that it will be declined in 3 regional protocol. Of course, Caribbean and Pacific, we have this prominent dimension of the climate and the management of the natural resources and the ocean governance, but is an element that is also present in the Africa protocol. So I think that in this sense, the future agreement will give to us all the possible weapon, if I may say, to rebuild this dynamic. It's clear that it's something that we have to keep alive, and is not always very easy. In terms of commitment, I think that the European Union managed to respond to the commitment that were taken so far. Also in terms of technical and financial assistance, you have to consider that the European Commission put in place the first GCCA, so Global Climate Change Alliance, that then was converted in Global Climate Change Alliance Plus since 2007. And in order to give to the specifically to the seeds or to the most vulnerable country the tools to cope with the effect of the climate change, not only in terms of technical capacity, but also in terms of creating the financial instrument, as it is the case in the Caribbean, in order to cope with the damages that the natural hazard can create in specific countries. I see that my time is over, so I'll stop here. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you very much for that intervention by the Commission. It's very much received, Mr. Rosa. I think we have concluded this agenda item. It's very clear that the need to build resilience for small islands is something that small islands themselves have known for a long time. They have done that themselves. There is a lot of resilience in small islands and small islanders, but they will continue to need support in terms of overcoming these vulnerabilities and strengthen their resilience. But I think the bottom line is action. So while this is a recognition that there is need for building resilience in small islands in the OACPS, the time for action is what people are looking for now, particularly from small islands. So thank you very much for that very rich discussion. And now we move on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item 11, overcoming the global COVID-19 pandemic, cooperation for economic recovery and investments to achieve universal health coverage. Colleagues, as we all know, the global pandemic has been devastating and changed the way we live. The loss of human life has been tremendous. The social and economic effects on EU and ACP countries has been enormous. But while all have been affected, those effects are not the same. Lockdowns were used in most countries, but the capability by states and governments to compensate economic losses were and are still not the same. The pandemic has highlighted inequalities in access to health services and to prevention. As we speak, only about 12% of the African population has been vaccinated against COVID, while many European countries have reached levels of 80% and above. It is clear, therefore, that this inequality remains a key challenge in dealing with the virus in the near future. But today, we also want to look at the wider aspects of the lessons that should be drawn, and how to overcome the global health crisis and how to build back better in the face of ongoing challenges. I am very happy that we have with us today from South Africa, Dr. Jackie Cilliers, head of the African Futures and Innovation Program, which explores how important development trends are unfolding by analyzing variables like agriculture, health, infrastructure, and international politics. So we are convinced that he's the right person to stimulate our debate on this post-COVID era in a more holistic way. It's my pleasure now to give the floor to Dr. Cilliers. You have 12 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
That I'd just like to ask that the first slide be shown. While I'm waiting for that, I do long-term forecasting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to speak about the structural challenges that face Africa. So on the chart in front of you, you'll see a graph that has time at the bottom, the years from 2018 till 2030, and millions of extremely poor people on the left-hand side. The blue line at the bottom shows our forecast of extremely poor people living below $1.90 per person per day before COVID. The red line shows what we forecast would have happened in COVID. So about 31 million additional people going into extreme poverty in 2020, 42 million, 24 million. So by 2030, an additional 21 million Africans will be living in extreme poverty. So in the bottom, you can see a chart, a small table that says that before COVID, we were expecting that extreme poverty rates in Africa would get to about 35%, or 455 million Africans would still be living in extreme poverty. That would have gotten by 2030 to about 501 million Africans. We now expect that number to increase to about 522 million Africans. So COVID has a long-term structural impact on extreme poverty in Africa, and there is no chance that Africa is going to meet SDG Goal 1 on eliminating extreme poverty. Next slide, please. The next slide shows more or less the same picture, but this time it shows GDP per capita. On the left-hand side is thousands of constant US dollars in 2017 values, and at the bottom is time. The blue line shows our forecast of GDP per capita before COVID, and the red line shows the impact of COVID-19 on Africa. So average GDP per capita in Africa has declined, and we will only by 2024 get back to the average levels of GDP per capita that we had in 2019, that is before COVID. Next slide, please. Structurally, there are three challenges that face Africa. The first is that Africa has a larger disease burden historically than other continents, particularly malaria and zoonotic pathogens, such as HIV. Zoonotic pathogens are pathogens that go from animals to humans. At the moment, the general sense is that Africa has suffered less in a health perspective from COVID. But of course, the reality is that we don't have accurate data. So was COVID an exception? Next slide, please. What this slide shows is a measure that is used by health professionals to measure disability-adjusted life years, or DALYs, which is the sum of the years of life lost due to premature mortality and the years lived with disability in a population. And the various columns show the disability-adjusted life year per capita for Africa, for South Asia, for the EU 27, for South America, and for North America. And the purpose is just to re-emphasize the point that Africa has a higher disease burden and suffers more from the impact of particularly zoonotic pathogens than any other region globally. And when the true and the full story of COVID is told, I'm afraid that we will see that first it has had a devastating economic impact on Africa, but also that its human cost was excessive. Next slide, please. I now turn to the second of the three challenges, and this is that historically, modern medicine allowed rapid urbanization in Africa, but what we have not done on the continent is we have not built the associated basic infrastructure, that is water, sanitation, and other health infrastructure. So the result is that Africa has a very large wash deficit in basic wash infrastructure. Next slide, please. This slide shows a comparison between Africa on the left. The top part shows percent population with improved sanitation in 2020, and the bottom chart shows the percent of population with improved water in 2020. And you can see that in both instances, only 58% of Africans, of our population, have improved sanitation, and only 78% have improved water. So when I make the point that Africa has to invest significantly in wash infrastructure if it is to combat future pandemics, it is simply a statement of the obvious. Next slide, please. The next slide is a forecast of an estimation from the African Development Bank that underpins and reinforces the point I've just made. It says that Africa has a shortfall of between 68 and $108 billion per year on infrastructure financing, of which the majority, 41%, is on wash. So we often get excited about the lack of electricity access, on power, transport, and the lack of ICT access. But in actual fact, basic infrastructure to provide clean water and sanitation is the largest deficit. And if Africa is to deal with future pandemics, of which COVID was just the second after HIV/AIDS, it would have to invest significantly more money in wash infrastructure. Next slide, please. The third challenge is that Africa is rapidly approaching its so-called epidemiological transition. Next slide, please. The epidemiological transition is that point in a population where infectious diseases like COVID replace chronic diseases. Now, what so if you look at that chart, it shows that chronic diseases in Africa will overtake infectious diseases by about 2025. So chronic diseases are diseases like cancer and so on. The problem that this presents Africa, is that chronic diseases are much more expensive to deal with. Next slide, please. So the impact of these three structural challenges that the continent faces is that Africa's large disease burden implies a higher risk for further pandemics, particularly given the poor capacity of our health systems. The second is that Africa's large WASH infrastructure deficit requires much more investment in basic infrastructure, such as water, sanitation, and so on. The third is the result of Africa's epidemiological transition will push up costs for basic health care. And all of this is while Africa spends less on health per capita than most other regions. Next slide, please. And this is a slide that shows health expenditure as a percent of GDP and compares Africa on the left to Asia, South America, the EU 27 and North America, just to illustrate the point that I am making. Next slide, please. So to conclude, Chair, what else needs to be done? We need integrated urban planning, including dealing with the WASH backlog in informal and slum areas. We need the development and updating of national pandemic preparedness planning, international cooperation, including on international patent regimes, which is of course very controversial. We need national testing and vaccine manufacturing capacity. Africa must be able to manufacture its own vaccines, test them, and develop the national capacity. We need coordinated incident management and response systems. Chair, I will conclude with that. A few introductory remarks to try and present some context to the debate that follows. On the screen, next slide please, is a copy, one more slide. I'm not going to show that one. Is an open access book on a Springer link that you can download that looks at the long-term future of Africa, including on its various health transitions. Open access and free to download. With those remarks, Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you and others at the ACP.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much, Doctor. We will come back to you after the debate, so thank you very much for staying with us. For that wealth of information, a lot of research has gone into your work. That is clear to see. At this time, we'll open the floor for debate. We have about 18 speakers that have asked for the floor, and we are also coming up towards our end of the session, which is scheduled to be 7. But at this time, I would like to give the floor now to Honorable Dulo, Ethiopia. You have 2 minutes.
I yield the floor, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ethiopia, for yielding. I now give the floor to Mr. Hetman. You have 5 minutes.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie przewodniczący. Szanowni państwo.
Thank you so much, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 was very negative for all of us in the EU and in ACP countries. It destabilized economies, education and healthcare. It deepened poverty and differences between the regions, showing us lacks and weak points in how our countries function. Now we are leaving the pandemic, but we are seeing new serious challenges, such as the influence of Russian invasion on Ukraine and a serious global risk for the supply of food. So we should not only think of economic recovery, but also about all the areas which are key for strengthening our resilience. So investment in skills, also ICT skills, education for everyone. We should also pay special attention to most vulnerable groups which have been affected by the pandemic in a special way. What is especially important is also digital transformation. We should make sure we fight with digital exclusion. We should also strengthen supply chains, especially when it comes to key products. I think EU should support such positive changes. And also, what is extremely important is cooperation, including research cooperation, international relations, cooperation when it comes to trade agreements between EU countries and ACP. EU is the main trading partner for ACP countries. Our common relations are stimulating investments and promoting growth and jobs. But COVID left us with one more consequence. We have to improve our healthcare systems because the crisis showed us that we have to increase investment, public investment, as this is necessary. The EU also in the past supported our partners in this respect. We have also financial agreements which was supposed to help WHO in order to have universal health coverage for everyone. We should continue such cooperation with ACP countries to strengthen regional systems of healthcare and to fight with all the diseases. Unfortunately, COVID stopped many programs such as vaccination programs for polio and other diseases. This brought us many years back. So we have to identify and increase our cooperation now. We should also cooperate with WHO as it is necessary. What is also important is to strengthen local supply chains when it comes to medicines, both in EU and ACP. We should also talk about civilizational diseases, especially cancer is a big problem here. EU is also looking at this with detail. We have had a special committee in our parliament, European Parliament, Committee on Fighting the Cancer. We know that we have huge challenges, which is also a problem in some ACP countries. According to some research, only in sub-Saharan Africa, the burden because of cancers will increase by 80% until 2030. That's why we have to cooperate more. We have to exchange the best practices to improve the awareness, to exchange the best practices. And I would like us here to pay more attention to this challenge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hetman, for that intervention. And I'll give the floor to Honorable Maharaj, Fiji. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fiji is on the path for sound economic growth, which has been forecasted to be the double-digit growth in 2022. Particularly the services related to sectors such as accommodation and food services, transport and storage, finance and insurance, and wholesale and retail trade are expected to note a turnaround. The primary and industrial sectors are also anticipated to grow in line with the recovery in domestic demands and the labour market. Accordingly, with such strategic measures implemented, the Fijian government ensure that the country recovers from the global pandemic and derives an upward economic growth, in effect reducing the burden and strains on our health sector and strengthening it to become more resilient to such global events. Like most countries, Fiji's health system remains vulnerable to an outbreak. The impact of global lockdown on the Fijian economy has been severe, affecting an economically heavily dependent on tourism, export and remittance. Fiji is grateful to its development partners in supporting its development priorities during and beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. Fiji acknowledges support provided through the OACP-EU partnership to the Pacific for COVID response as part of the health system strengthening of Universal Health Coverage Partnership Program. This cooperation has assisted Fijian Ministry of Health to consolidate gains made in improved coordination, planning and resource management, as well supported Fiji's COVID-19 response plan, including important structural work to improve supply chain and equipment procurement and coordinating with global partners such as WHO and the United Nations Population Fund. While Fiji has a strong standing on vaccination rate, being over 92% adults fully vaccinated, the Fijian government continues to address and improve the COVID-19 measures and has removed all restrictions to travelers who are fully vaccinated and wish to visit Fiji. Lastly, with the recent announcement revised mini budget, the government is expanding its health services through private general practitioners through the engagement of 14 general practitioners and 1 medical center general practitioner as part of the new scheme to improve the reach and quality medical services to members of the public during COVID-19 pandemic. Also engaging GPs to provide certain laboratory service and general outpatient services and medical care to eligible patients, thus reducing the public health sector burden and promoting medical private sector business growth in Fiji. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiji, for that intervention. And I'll give the floor to Mr. Hyde.
Thank you, Co-President, and thank you, Dr. Sillier, for your impressive presentation, especially the facts and figures on public health expenditure. Access to health care is a fundamental human right, and governments have a duty to fulfill their obligations by providing a public health service to all. Strengthening pandemic preparedness and response efforts and overall emergency preparedness requires strong and resilient health systems. COVID-19 has significantly exacerbated the pre-pandemic downward trend in public funding on national health systems. Especially in low and middle-income countries, people's access to care has deteriorated, affecting low-income households in particular. This has led to significant reductions in services, particularly in areas hit hard by the pandemic. In worst cases, even in life-sustaining operations where cancer treatments could no longer be carried out. The impact of negative economic growth from 2020 onwards will have a long-term impact on public health spending, as the mobilisation of domestically funded public resources played a key role in universal health coverage. Therefore, humanity must do whatever it takes to end the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hyde, for the intervention. Now I give the floor to Honourable Salah, the Gambia. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honourable President. We've been moving from emergency response to standard institutionalization in our health system. The pandemic required all the epidemiological units in our countries to start maintaining data on the problem itself. The issue is, how do we prevent and how do we control and manage the illness? Before, all our hotels were occupied to quarantine those affected. Now we must build structures for those people who are actually affected. And what is the cost? We need vaccines. And today, right here, I had to go through tests. I was vaccinated almost 6 months ago. When I came here, they said, well, that's too old. Now I must go through a test, where I first went for a test for $20. You will see the people standing outside under the cold. There was no facility for them, protection, until they do the test. The second test, which will last for 2 days, also you will see just somebody going inside and being tested, and outside, under the cold, people were just waiting. So I was wondering, what type of human security system is here to be able to handle this problem? In the heart of Europe, this developed Europe, you see people outside under the cold waiting to be tested. So I must say that we are not really treating this problem seriously. We are not taking it as a universal problem that can wipe out the human race. If that was the case, we will not turn it to commercialize it and try to enrich ourselves from the vaccine and also control these vaccines in such a way that those countries will become vaccine dependent and others will be vaccine rich, but it will not even reach their own people. It will be concentrated in the hands of these multinationals so that they will continue to make billions out of this, and the rest of mankind will continue to suffer. So it is important for us to change the trajectory of addressing this pandemic. Otherwise, ultimately, we will lose. We will not defeat the pandemic, it will defeat us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Gambia, for that intervention. And I'll give the floor to Honourable Clark, Jamaica. You have the floor. 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-President. In responding to the issue, I wish to underscore that the COVID-19 crisis has had a significant impact on Jamaica's economy. Climate, particularly stemming from the measures to contain the spread of the disease through encouraging physical distancing and limiting movement of people. The closure of international borders to the movement of persons curtailed external demand and essential halt all tourist-related activities. Additionally, the implementation of curfews and limits on group gathering reduce productive hours and adversely affect the supply and demand for some services and goods. The challenges experienced by the social sector as a result of COVID-19 pandemic are far-reaching and spans across several sectors. The disruption of service delivery in areas supporting education, health assistance to the poor and vulnerable has exacerbated gaps in programs delivery and have negatively impacted GOJ's and other partners' ability to effectively reach target groups and by extension meet programs' objective and established timeline. Programs which were operationally reliant on face-to-face method of services provision were most impacted due to various measures being implemented to contain the spread of the virus. The process of recovery from COVID-19 has been constrained by the occurrence of parallel disasters. While facing with the ongoing crisis of pandemic, Jamaica has also been impacted by 5 hydrometeorological systems, tropical storms Zeta, Eta, Elsa, Ida and Grace, which has compounded the issue associated with COVID-19, especially in the climate-sensitive sectors as agriculture. From a development perspective, the crisis highlights socio-economic vulnerabilities and threatens the planned trajectory to achieve development targets outlined in the National Development Programme Plan. Vision 2030 Jamaica and the SDGs, rebuilding stronger economies in a more sustainable and inclusive manner, requires mutual supportive and integrated. Jamaica's position on universal health coverage. The COVID-19 pandemic has constrained our fiscal capacity and threatens our healthcare system. Countries across the globe are dealing with these challenges in different ways. The government of Jamaica is of the belief that at the core of building resilience and building back better is restoring the health and well-being of our people. The government of Jamaica acknowledges that the universal health coverage may mean different forms of interventions from different countries.
Thank you.
For Jamaica,
we need to wind up. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamaica will continue to advocate the call for urgent attention to the global shortage of health workers, which continues to be bedrock of all health systems and the community in which they serve. The attainment of universal health coverage will require full maximizing the contribution of the global health workforce. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamaica. And I'll give the floor to Honorable Azarid Imbarkan, Mali. So we'll move on. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Honorable Mukabagwiza, Rwanda. You have 1.5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-President. Mr. President, I will not come on innovations that has been registered during this pandemic and even for future pandemics. But also, despite this pandemic, there have been also opportunities for health system strengthening. Mr. President, to go straight to the way forward, I would base my analysis on Rwanda's experience during this pandemic. We need to enhance existing governance structures for pandemic management. We need also a continuous local and global data assessment of potential emerging diseases. Mr. Co-President, the optimization of all investment made across the health system is needed. And also a rigorous use of data and technologies to guide decisions is also needed. Mr. President, we need to strengthen decentralized structures to ensure comprehensive response at all levels. To conclude, we agree that investing in health is investing for a sustainable development. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Rwanda, and thank you kindly for keeping in your time. I now give the floor to Honorable Andre, Seychelles. You have 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-President. As everyone knows, Seychelles being a small country, we've suffered tremendously with the pandemic. However, the title of today's session is Cooperation for Economic Recovery and Investment in Achieving Universal Health Coverage. Seychelles, we've now gone into normal health services. So we've gone through the stages that everyone had gone through, and now we are trying to recover from this situation and trying to provide the health services which we were providing initially, which we needed help, obviously, and we are now getting back to normality, and we would always require the cooperation for such economic recovery and, for that matter, as it's stated, investment. So investment needs to come from overseas and also from people within who are interested in providing the services within the time frame that is required by the population. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Seychelles, for that intervention. And I'll give the floor to Mr. Botenga. You have 1 minute.
Merci. Parlons maintenant politique de santé.
Thank you. Let's speak about health politics. And I think this is where there's a difference between rhetoric and reality. This is where we clearly see this. Officially, we were all showing solidarity with the pandemic, and then the reality is that when the African Union asked us to share the technology of vaccines and therapies by removing patents, the European Commission actually hindered that and refused to share technology. Why? Well, because on the one hand they want to protect the monopoly of the pharmaceutical companies in Europe, and on the other hand, because this new mRNA technology could also be used to produce other vaccines in future. So instead of sharing the technology so that we can fight together against any future threats when it comes to public health, the European Commission gave its priority to profits and technological monopoly. And that is not partnership. That is a neo-colonial, old-fashioned point of view that we need to break with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Botenga, for your intervention. I now give the floor to Honorable Numa, Sierra Leone. You have 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Co-President, for giving me the opportunity to speak here. The topic is quite an interesting one, and we know what has happened. It is no secret that the COVID-19 pandemic crisis has caused an untold story, which are destructive lives and affecting the micro and macro sectors in our economic infrastructure in various economies, be it developing, emerging, and developed countries. Recovering and building back better has given government and the international community an Herculean task, especially when it comes to achieving the sustainable development goals. To enable to turn these challenges into opportunities requires us to deepen our cooperation and collaboration, exchange of ideas and learning best practices, above all, reviewing our trade barriers. In the case of my country, Sierra Leone, Mr. President, it will interest you to note what we did as a very small country with a population of 7.2 million. Mr. President and Co-President, we established what we refer to as the Quick Action Economic Response Program during the peak of the pandemic in the world. It was introduced with the overall objective of maintaining the macroeconomic and financial stability, and also to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 shocks on businesses and households. Mr. President and Co-President, the effort is complemented by the dedicated COVID-19 prevention and response health plan that we put in place, and we have an institution we call NACOVAC to combat the menace. Specific objectives of the program, that is the QAB, the quick action process we took. 1, Mr. President, build and maintain an adequate stock level of essential commodities at stable prices. 2, provide support to hardest hit businesses to enable them to continue operations, avert layoffs of employees and reduce non-performing loans. 3, provide safety nets to vulnerable groups, physically challenged, visually impaired, aged, the women, those who cannot provide. If you go back to our history in our country, you realize we are in countries coming from civil war. So realize all of this. 4, support the labor base, public works, especially the hospitality industry. It affected people all over the world.
Thank you. I think you're wrapping up now.
Mr. President, the question is now, how do we sustain this in this bailout effort? So what we do, how do we review our trade barriers in trying to cooperate with one another in the ACP and the EU Parliament, in the EU members? Mr. President, we are talking about the private sector. Today, as we heard from our friends and our guest speaker, he said we should have the private sector coming in. We should have our own industry. But here we are discriminating against vaccines that are being approved by WHO. To enter this building, you have to get specific vaccine for 3 doses before you can enter this building. So we need to cooperate. We need to incorporate the private sector. The private sector is important in investment cooperation. Thank you very much for giving us the floor. And we hope that this collaboration will not be a talk shop. But how do we come together and cooperate and complement one another so that we can move forward as developing nations? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sierra Leone. We have somebody with a phone on or whatever that is having some interference with our interpretation. We still have a few speakers to go, but we have the interpreters just for a few more minutes, perhaps another 15 minutes. So we will need to mind our time moving forward from now on, so that interpretation can do us justice for those who are wanting to speak and share their experiences. So thank you so much for that. And I'll give the floor to Ms. Maria Arena, you have the floor. 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Thank you. Of course, today we're talking about the economic recovery for efficient healthcare. These are 2 very important topics, but within the point of view of the pandemic, we've seen how much the pandemic has pointed out these two realities. The pandemic has strengthened poverty, and it has also, especially in Africa, the ACP countries. Thank you for the previous speaker who said that these countries will have a delay in their development because of the pandemic. But we've also highlighted the frailty of our health systems, including in Europe, by especially the most vulnerable amongst us who were affected by the pandemic. And I was just now, a minute ago, reading that there's an institute called the Brookings Institute, which is based in Washington, where the board is made up of the Harvard Business School or Goldman Sachs, and they say we need to deregulate in order to bring more multinational companies and to bring down taxes on these multinational companies and to favorize companies of more than 100 employees for a greater economic recovery, or to push for agro-food, which is more competitive on the international scale. But these are exactly the things that have shown the weakness of our system. That is a system that makes social competition and tax competition and environmental competition. And this has led to an increase in poverty. There is another model proposed by the South Center, which is that we need a radical reform. Could you please wrap up, says the speaker? Yes, we need a radical reform of agricultural funds. We need to guarantee agricultural prices which allow better payment for farmers. We also need a better bio-friendly agriculture, and we need to change our eating habits. So let's choose the system. I've made my choice, which is the second model that I choose, and this is the one that I will fight for, and I hope that I will fight along with you for that second system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Salina, for that intervention. And I'll give the floor to Honourable McPherson, South Africa.
Thank you very much. Let me get straight into it. I think at the end of the day, what we need to agree on is that if we want to improve access to healthcare, we have to improve our economic conditions and the way in which our economies function. These two goals can't be mutually exclusive if we want to drive economic growth. Because for far too long, far too many people have been locked out of economic growth and able to contribute to their economy. In the Caribbean, Africa, and the Pacific states, we have some of the most beautiful tourist destinations. We have extraordinary services available in our countries, and they're incredibly rich in resources. And yet they are not being taken advantage of due to weak economic policies and indifferent political leadership to drive both structural and economic reform. And tinkering with policy is just no longer going to cut it anymore if we want to win the war on poverty. 50% of people living in sub-Saharan Africa live below the poverty line. That is something that should keep all of us awake every single night. And it's simply unacceptable that in this year of 2022, that so many people live like this every single day. So what do? We need to root out systemic corruption in our countries. We need to make sure that we enact policies that drive political growth, that drive economic growth. And we need to make sure that that is then leveraged to create healthcare systems that deliver a basic level of healthcare for all people that live in our states. And if we can do those two things, I think we can see real change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, South Africa. And I'll give the floor to Mr. Andrew. Andrew, you have 1 minute.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Co-Président.
Thank you, Co-Chair. This pandemic has really highlighted two major points, and following up on what Maria Arena said. The first is the weakness of the world that we have created, and the fact that what is true for health today is also true for climate, and also in the debate we had on the war in Ukraine. The second aspect, as has been said, is that we have a choice between two models. The neoliberal model that we've known for nearly 40 years, which has privileged the financiarization of the world, and we've seen greater inequalities growing in the continent, and that it is the second model, the model of solidarity, that is very different. And the fact that patents are not publicly available, well, that is actually something very major that we need to do in the future. The choice is up to us. I am also for the second model, and I hope that we can show solidarity with all continents, particularly with Africa today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intervention, Mr. Andrew. And now I'll give the floor to Ms. Maria Neuchel.
Can you? No. Okay. Good.
Thank you very much for yielding the floor. And I'll give the floor to Honorable Sefulo, Zambia. You have 1.5 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Mr. President, for allowing the people of Zambia just to contribute on this important motion. Like many speakers have already spoken, Zambia has not been spared from the effects of the COVID-19. And just now, our country has made sure that we've invested in improving our constraints development funding to make sure that we can improve our infrastructure in the health sector. And we are also employing 11,272 health workers just for this year, and we'll continue on that trajectory for the next 3 years. Looking at what is happening right now, I think we as Africans, or let me say the ACP, what's the way forward? We should be capacitated to make sure that we're able to produce our own vaccines. As long as we have to get the vaccines from the EU, that will still remain a challenge. And in as much as we are looking at COVID, we should not look at it just as a single thing. Like, for example, in Zambia, most of those that were actually had COVID, the ones that were killed by COVID, also had underlying illnesses, for example, malaria. So we need to look at this as a holistic thing where we also invest in vaccines in malaria, TB, HIV, and cancer. So what we are saying is that as the EU, who is our partner, let's end this monopoly and also share the technology with the ACP to make sure that we are able to make our own vaccines. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Zambia, for that intervention. And I'll give the floor to Honorable Naib from Zimbabwe. You have 1.5 minutes.
I yield the floor.
Thank you very much for yielding the floor in that case. And I'll give the floor to Honorable Toure of Côte d'Ivoire. You have 1.5 minutes.
Merci.
Thank you, President, Co-President. The analysis of the health situation in Côte d'Ivoire shows us a regression of the pandemic. In order to reduce the economic impact of this pandemic, accentuated by the war in Ukraine, threatening food security in Africa, our government has taken measures. I would like to draw the attention of our partners of the European Union to a serious situation which has an economic impact which is negative and serious on our producers. It's on the banana sector. Europe consumes 7 million tons of bananas and is the main destination of African bananas with 85% of all holdings. The part of bananas consumed in the EU is 76%. This has increased to the detriment of ACP and European bananas. This asymmetrical competition that African farmers are facing is explained by the size of Latin American holdings and also the overabundance of supply, which has increased over years and has led to a reduction in average prices since 2015. This leads me to ask the following question. Facing this asymmetrical competition, which jeopardizes African and European banana producers and the essential investments already committed to the environmental transition and the energy transition in the sector, why has this issue not triggered the surveillance clause?
Deux, comment la Commission envisage-t-elle le risque?
How would we resolve this problem in the Sahel region, and more generally, what does the Commission intend to do to resolve the problem of the banana market in a sustainable way?
Thank you very much, Côte d'Ivoire, for that intervention. And I'll give the floor to Honorable Zungo, Tanzania. You have the floor. You have 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. The outbreak of COVID-19 has created an unprecedented strain on the world economy. Tanzania, like any other country in the world, is not spared. The effect of the pandemic is felt in quarters of all societies. We appreciate the fact that through joint initiatives such as COVAX and Avant, the world has partly come together to address this challenge in terms of vaccination. Through these initiatives, some countries have been able to access vaccine and other medical supplies. Tanzania, in this regard, has been able to roll out its ongoing countrywide vaccination drive. We therefore urge the EU to facilitate more vaccination facilities and advance the promotion of health security, including equitable distribution and affordable vaccines. The delegation of the Republic of Tanzania also supports the call that deliberate actions be instituted to waive the temporary intellectual property rights to boost local manufacturing of vaccine in the OACP countries and scale up inoculation. We also echo the call for recognition of the COVID-19 vaccine that have been approved by the WHO for emergency use. Honourable Chair, I would like to join my fellow parliamentarians on the call for provision of a new allocation of special drawing rights, along with the voluntary use of the SDRs in support of liquidity for developing countries to fight COVID-19 and its economic social fallout. It is also important for the G20 member states to consider a possible re-extension of the G20 debt service suspension initiative and debt treatment from official bilateral and commercial creditors for countries with unsustainable debt level or protracted financing gaps. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Tanzania, for your intervention. We have heard the last speaker on this debate, and now we'll give the floor back to Dr. Silius. You have 2 minutes to respond to our very rich discussion. Thank you. We seem to have some technical difficulties.
Can try to give first to the Commission.
In that case, yes, I think a good idea is to give to the Commissioner. Mr. Rosa, you have 2 minutes to respond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So I think that I will be very, very, very short. So it's clear that the COVID pandemics highlighted this necessity to strengthen the health system. I think the one in particular was Sesssion. He mentioned that now the system has to move from the emergency into the normal. The normal functioning, and one of the lessons that we learned from this pandemic is that when a strong health system that is providing universal health coverage is resilient, this means that it can handle also in a better way the threats and can internalize the lessons learned that are coming from the managing I would say, an emergency. When we have a weak health system that could even be able to cope with the emergency and so on, in fact, they put in place parallel systems that are not functional to develop the health system in the long term. And therefore, this question of having a strengthened national health system that are, I would say, strengthened in a comprehensive manner is something that is essential, and in this sense we are definitely supporting the WHO Universal Health Coverage Partnership that was designed in a flexible manner to enable a support that is tailored and tailor-made for the different situation in more than 115 countries around the world. So, as far as the ACP countries are concerned, of course, we consider that additional investment in the field of the health are necessary, and under the present instrument for Global Europe, 2.5 billion euros are allocated to the strengthening of the health system. As far as the specific question of Africa, you know that in the recent Africa Summit, European Union, African Union Summit, we provided in the case of the investment package a specific investment package on health. There is one part that is dedicated to the vaccine that was mentioned this morning by the Commissioner, but the second is essentially on the strengthening of the health system and the pandemic preparedness, and where we would aim to, I would say, strengthen the access to quality essential health service and advancing towards universal health coverage, applying the One Health approach, and strengthen the public health capacity. For this, at least 1.1 billion from the EU budget are foreseen, and we hope that through the Team Europe initiative, this amount could be further increased. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosa, for that intervention. I'll ask the interpreters to be with us a little bit more as we try and get back Dr. Silias online again. If you're online, please.
If not?
If not, then I think we have reached the end. Technical glitches have continued to plague our discussions this afternoon a little bit, but the discussions have been rich, and indeed, in terms of the cooperation that is needed at this time for economic recovery and investments to achieve universal health coverage is as more important as ever for the OACPS countries, and in order to get there, the partnership is definitely going to be the key, and partnerships with the EU in wide-ranging areas of health is something that is going to help, as well as in the economic recovery of these already challenged countries to build their resilience as well and get them back on track. But thank you very much all for a very rich discussion. We have come to the end, and we will pause for the session, and we will resume tomorrow at 9 a.m. I would like to thank the interpreters for going a little bit over time with us. I appreciate it very much that you are willing to stay a little bit time extra. Now, in terms of the announcements, before we break, there's going to be a reception. It will take place at the Hotel de Ville from 7:30 p.m. There are buses outside the entrance, so they will leave between 9:15 and, oh, not 9:15, 7:15 and 7:30. So from here you can go straight to the buses that are waiting and take you to Hotel de Ville. Thank you very much. We hope to see you all there.